Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's guide, how to watch Munster versus Glasgow Warriors, the fourth and final quarterfinal of the URC this weekend. And the good news is that all four URC games will be shown on free-to-air broadcasters, which means that if you're outside the UK or an Ireland, you'll still be able to watch it for free, but through the use of a VPN. If you're in the UK and the Ireland, you'll be able to watch all the action for free on the various free broadcasters. Now, there are two different channels that are showing the various games. First is TG4, which is showing both Ulster versus Connacht, as well as Stormers versus Bulls, Leinster versus Sharks, as well as Munster versus Glasgow, will be on RTE2. And so before we tell you exactly how to watch it, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. First things first, if you're outside the UK, and you're going to have to get yourself a VPN. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN. Link down in the description. You've got the entire guide in the description, step by step, 3 easy steps, and you can watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to install ExpressVPN. As you can see, there it is, and I've currently got it connected to an island server. You can click on those 3 dots, brings up all the various locations, select a location, turn it on, and away you go. And because I'm currently currently connected to an island server, I'm busy watching RTE2, which is a whole bunch of eels and fish at the moment, which is interesting. As unfortunately, my screen capture is not going to show the actual action over here, but you can see that it's being played over there. I can pause, I can stop it, and you can hear all the music stuff like that. I'm currently looking at an eel. So it's an interesting show. But yeah, you'll be able to watch all the action live and in HD. If you have any questions, put them in the comments. In terms of ExpressVPN, I recommend getting a 12-month deal. First of all, you get 3 extra months free, and you'll also be able to watch the entire Rugby World Cup for free using a VPN. So get yourself sorted with ExpressVPN and make sure you can watch all the action this weekend. Please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel on the way out. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all soon. Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Rugby Fan Forum after our week sabbatical, because Stephen went away and basically lived in the Stone Ages where the upload speed that we had on our Wi-Fi was 0.2 megabytes per second, guys. That's how much of in the sticks I was a week ago. So Fan Forum is unfortunately never going to happen, and that is also why, as you guys probably guessed, there were no watchalong stuff like that. But I'm back in the land of the living, the land of the infrastructure for another. What have we got here? Reason about 50, about an hour. Then our power goes off for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, correctly so.
But I'm joined by Reza and Chris. Chaps, are we well?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, can't complain. It was a very peaceful week, mainly due to the fact that Steve is in the bush, well, under the bush and on the coast with no Wi-Fi. But no, good to be back. Let's talk some rugby.
Yeah, fair enough. Much tired, to be honest. Like it just can the entire whole digital media thing. Go back to I'll go produce the daily paper. Go back to my roots and get typewriter out, because that's kind of where they are down there. But anyway, let's soldier on. We've got a lot to talk about. We have got a European Champions Cup final that has been confirmed. We saw Leinster and La Rochelle demonstrate why they are probably the 2 best sides in Europe right now. And it's quite cool, actually, because I think often we get to like a European final and you sometimes think, are these 2 the best teams, though? Has a team just gone on a bit of a run? Has a team gotten lucky here and there? Whereas I think you watch those semi-finals, you look at these 2 teams, you look at the last couple of years, and you think these probably are the 2 best teams, which is very cool. We're talking a little bit about the Currie Cup, which is going to be get quite interesting over the next couple of weeks. And the big thing we're talking about is the URC quarterfinals, which begin tomorrow night, actually, and just over 24 hours, when Dwayne Vermeulen will be running out with Ulster trying to take on Connacht. Then we've got the Stormers versus Bulls on Saturday. We've got Leinster versus Sharks, RIP Sharks, and then we've got Munster versus Glasgow to wrap up the weekend. So, without any further ado, chaps, should we just talk a little bit about last weekend? And I think, Chris, you probably watched it more than maybe we did. I was struggling a bit down there trying to watch it, so I've watched catch up. But Leinster demolishing Toulouse, La Rochelle, then doing a similar job to Exeter. Are these 2 the best teams in Europe?
Yeah, absolutely. I did manage to catch both those games. Really, really good games. Yeah, absolutely. They are by far the 2 best teams in the competition. I think there was a lot of talk of Toulouse giving Leinster a bit of a game, running them much closer. I heard some whisperings that they might even win, but I didn't think so. In the tip and show last week, I had Leinster -8 on the handicap, quite strong. I just think Leinster just got too much motivation this year, and the momentum and the form of the Irish is just too strong. And then you look at Toulouse, they got the players, but as I was worrying about, they're not nearly as physical as like La Rochelle are, and their discipline is not good. And Leinster just ate them, took them to the cleaners, and then the ref got onto their side. So they ran away with it quite easily. And in that La Rochelle power, I think Exeter were always going to run out of juice. They've had they've had a few big games leading up to that. And La Rochelle at home in Europe is just like insane. Like a lot of those French sides at home are there's that atmosphere, and they just get themselves up. But there you are, they blew Exeter off the park. So yeah, in the repeats of last year's final, I don't we're going to preview the game, but I'm going to stick my neck out. If La Rochelle do what they do best, it's going to be a repeat of last year's result probably.
That's
But
a
I think
big
it's going to be
shot.
a humbling.
That's a big shot. That's what we're here for.
No, that's an honest, genuine. I think if La Rochelle do what they do best and on the day do it right, then still going to have a big game on their hand. And I don't know if they will be able to actually live with La Rochelle. Not many teams can when they're like at that, when they're playing like that. But it's same for Leinster. But I think La Rochelle are just a little bit more physical, more clinical in the physical exchanges. But look, maybe Leinster have learned, and maybe they get their revenge.
Chris, is that your heart or your money talking there?
Yeah, that's in 2 weeks' time. You're going to have to put his money where his mouth is.
Well, we will see. That's exactly it. This is just a sneak preview, but we still got some build up to look into. So I'll obviously put the money down when next week's show for sure. Next before the final.
That sounds like an easy out to me, but you heard it. Tune in next week.
My first call is La Rochelle by 2. Another humdinger.
Wow. So if I were to go, so if you put money on right now, you put in the La Rochelle win, eh?
Yeah. The thing is, it's in Dublin, right?
Yeah, it's in the Leader Stadium. So that does for me. That's why I think that
that would probably be the swinger, because I mean La Rochelle in the previous final as well, right? No, that was Exeter and Raston, I think it was. And then they played Toulouse and La Rochelle, they lost. But La Rochelle lost because they played Botica when he was still a centre, but he hadn't played in 2 months. They should have actually beaten Toulouse in that final as well. So, it's the final we want in Dublin. It's perfect. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, look, I mean, La Rochelle have just been getting progressively better and better. I mean, this is their third final in a row. For Leinster, it's their second final.
Third, yeah, I think I've missed. Yeah, I got wrong with finals, but yeah, that's right, Steve.
Yeah, they lost to Toulouse in 2-1. They beat Leinster last year. Now, can they do the double over Leinster this year? Last year was in Marseille. Year before that was in Twickenham, so neutral ground. And this year it will be in Dublin. Now, on that point, I want to talk a bit about this, because next year the game is at the two finals, the Challenge Cup and the Champions Cup, are at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I mean, how's that for a choice of venue?
Yeah. I don't really get that at all. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And I think if you're trying to promote rugby, why the hell would you go over to that stadium? There's so many classy stadiums, especially in Europe, that deserve a lot of attention, and rugby stadiums. And I just don't really get it. I know it's brand new and it's been recently revamped, and it's really, really nice, and obviously it just doesn't make sense to me.
I think more to the point.
Yeah, but it's a football stadium, man.
Look, hey, they have NFL there. You can the whole thing. Look, it looks like an absolute. It looks like a phenomenal stadium. I reckon it's on my bucket list to go check, because it just looks like one of those modern stadiums. It's just absolutely incredible. But
that's the case. But I think Twickenham's the home of rugby. I mean, that's if you're going to play it in England, that's where you got to play it.
Well, see, the problem is, the problem is this is the problem. Of the last 6 finals, 4 of them have been in England.
Yeah,
and that's where the problem is. You've had Jadon Park, Newcastle, Ashton Gate in Bristol, Twickenham in London, and now Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Do you have any insight as to how they go about selecting venues?
No.
I would have thought that as obviously a multi-country tournament, that very simple thing to do would be like, well, we're going to rotate it amongst each country each
It's
time.
not hard.
This is not complicated, you know. And what to me, what that says is that England have a bigger stake in this competition, or let's say influence, than perhaps we realize on the outside, and that's what it says to me.
Look, traditionally, yeah,
that's
because traditionally, I mean, if we go back and look at the early 2000s, for example, if we look at, say, from 2000, it went London, Paris, Cardiff, Dublin, London, Edinburgh, Cardiff, London, Cardiff, Edinburgh, St. Denis, Cardiff. So you could see it. I mean, there was no back-to-back hostings. There was generally 2 or 3 finals in between going back to the countries. But since 2015, it's gone England, France, Scotland, Spain at one in Bilbao. Then England, Marseille, France, Dublin, and then back to England. So I mean, you must be sitting there as a Scottish. Yeah.
Wasn't there was one in Edinburgh, wasn't there? Because I was at it. Saracens versus Clermont.
Yeah, was it 2017?
I'm sure I was at that game.
Yeah.
What were you I was in Edinburgh. I'm pretty sure I was in Edinburgh.
Chris sitting there in the middle of Bilbao going, yes, the Scottish accent's changed a lot, eh? You guys were so tan.
Yeah, I was there. It was a good game.
Do you remember what was the result?
It was Saracens won quite nicely in there, but it was nice atmosphere, you know.
I want detail. I want scoreline. I want try scorers. Come on.
Oh, you got me. No.
Let me ask you a better question. How much money did you win that day?
No, it wasn't actually. I actually can't remember. I can't remember a lot about it, honestly. I do know it was. I think pretty what I do know. There was a few of the Sappers still there. Scott Berger, I think it was one of his last games, or he was playing. Michael Rhodes was playing. But what was the score? Let's see if I can remember. I don't know, 24-16.
That's not bad. It was 28 points to 17. And to be fair, do you think Michael Rhodes was playing? Vincent Koch was playing.
He was playing because I'm sure he scored a try, Michael Rhodes.
Vincent Koch was playing. Skalkberg came off the bench, as did Skalk Brits, as did Petrus Duplessis.
Yeah. So not too bad. Ringing through the beers there.
I was about to say that was
a really good day out.
It sounds like it. And you can't even. And can you remember the referee? Come on, it's an easy one.
Wayne Barnes.
Nigel Owens. Come on, man.
Nigel Owens. Well.
Good old man.
Yeah.
Right. So there we go. So that was last weekend, which means that you're gonna lock on the 20th of May for the final, which is going to be a lot of fun. Just very quickly looking at some Currie Cup results before what I want to get really into is this weekend, because it's going to be a lot of fun. The Currie Cup results from last weekend were pretty cool because the Lions beat the Pumas. What we do, we go and beat the top of the log teams. At the end of the day, the Lions are our favourites for the Currie Cup, and I'll not be hearing anything different. The Cheetahs beat the Griffins 33 points to 10. Sharks beat Griquas 24 points to 6. Western Province hammering the Bulls 31 points to 7. And might I add, not a bad Bull side either.
Mm-hmm. Go on. Who was there?
What you played for Bulls?
Yeah.
Well, there was Orange.
Yeah, let me pull out the team. I don't think Moody played, but where's my team over here?
So is this still under the Jake White tenure?
Under the Jake White tenure, it was Kirsten Cup, Jan Hendrik Bestels, Francois Klopper, Charlie Yules, Janko Swanepoel, Marco Fitzgerald, Reinhard Ludwig, WJ Steenkamp, Keegan Johannes, Koersen, David Creel, Cornel Hendrik, Stedman Khan, wanted to see the Similani, Kurt Lawrence off the bench. Wow. There was Johanna Kobola was there, Harold Forster.
And they got hammered.
Yeah, no, they got.
And yes, I lost a lot of money on that game. Because all the punters saw the team sheets, and they were like, "This, the form the province was showing, there was no, Bulls were going to come to win. I mean, on paper they had to win, and they actually were nowhere. Province actually manhandled them off the park."
Clearly, Chris, you haven't been listening to the show back, because every time
I know. And the thing is also, exactly. And in this preview show I did last week as well, I said I'm not betting on that game because I always think Province are better than they are, and I didn't know what the team sheets were as well back then. But I said, nah, I'm gonna leave it. I haven't bet on Province all season. What did I go do? I bet on Bulls +8 and they lose by like 30. That's a joke.
Well, on that note, that's kind of leading me into the next thing, because that's the poll, by the way, everybody. If you're watching, we have put on a poll out, and the question is, can the Bulls beat the Stormers? Just a couple of comments before we go into that. is Yanni Brand saying, cannot wait for the game. Saturday will be there. Matthew Dixon saying his money's on the Bulls and the Sharks. I appreciate the loyalty, but definitely putting money on the Sharks. PK Moss saying the Stormers have too much class to be upset by the Bulls. Johnny saying good ref this time, not much on the visitor, so it would be Bulls. Angela saying Saracens played there for a league game, and the pundit said the facilities and atmosphere was really good. Yeah, I did see that actually, and they packed it out in terms of the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So it is a very cool stadium. But just like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, they played a few games. Harlequins have played 2 games there recently against Saracens and Exeter, I think it was. I can't remember, or Irish. Yeah, I mean it's a brilliant stadium, best in the world, but yeah, it's not a rugby stadium.
Yeah, it's like
the traditional rugby stadiums.
Yeah, it would be like going to like Soccer City as opposed to Ellis Park.
Well, either way, you're not leaving with the phone. So
wow. I will go to Soccer City every day of the week before I have to go to Ellis Park. There's parking. There's a nice drive in there. I'll take Soccer City.
Well, talking about Soweto, it's the scene of the crime where the Bulls beat the Stormers in our only Super Rugby final that the Stormers made. So
Bulls are just moving to Orlando.
Horror memories there.
Right. So speaking of, this weekend we've now got obviously the Bulls versus Stormers. Now, I mean, I think I don't actually know if Jake White has actually beaten John Dobson. I mean, if you look at the record between the two, it's mental. John Dobson's had his number since Jake White's come back. I think it's only like once or twice he's actually been beaten by him. So the Bulls have been playing better by last weekend against a Leinster youngster side and a Zebra side. So it's difficult to gauge if they've been better or if they're just playing against really bad opposition. Stormers have not been playing particularly well in the last 2 to 3 weeks. So, have the stars aligned? Can the Bulls do it? Reza, are you giving them a stiff of a chance?
Yeah, I am actually.
Yeah, there we go.
Very much so. I'm not a believer in Jake White. I am a believer in South African derbies and their ability to give you everything that you want to see in a rugby game. And I can guarantee you that no matter where they were on the log, when this game came around towards the end of the season, they were both going to show up and they were both going to put in a performance. And if it is a steamrolling, I can guarantee you the Bulls will not be going out meekly. They're going to be throwing it around left, right, and center, both sides. I'm pretty sure about it. It might just turn into a bit scrappy, but I think they're both going to go hell for leather and just really enjoy it. It's going to be such a good game to watch. And when those kind of games come along, and especially between two South African sides, I personally wouldn't put a dime down on a game like that, just because I think it's so unpredictable. We love nothing more than to stuff each other up. The only people we love to stuff up more than each other are the English, and they're not involved. So yeah, I think there's definitely a shot. I still back the Stormers to pull it off, but it's going to be a cracker.
And Chris, are you going more one-sided, or also think it'll be close?
No, I'm totally in alignment there with Reza. Absolutely agree. I think Bulls will arrive. I think, like you said, if Stormers had been playing better leading up into this game, I would be far more comfortable that it would be a comfortable Stormers victory. But I think the Bulls, I'm not really, like I said, I'm not reading too much into those 2 games at Loftus. I think that was almost had to be expected, that they at Loftus put those teams away. So yeah, could have built the 2 things could have happened, right? Built their confidence, which I think they do have. I think they have built a bit of confidence out of it, or they're going to run into completely different opposition, and then they're not going to actually be up to the speed that they probably should be. But I'm not anticipating that. I think Bulls have got revenge on their mind. And when Bulls and Province play each other and there's revenge on their mind, it's like I said, it's going to be a physical, brutal affair. And I think
Springboks don't like losing against each other too many times in a row. They're going to come out there trying to murder each other.
So I think Bulls want to come put the record straight after last year's final, and they're probably going to come in with like a Leinster semi-final attitude. And I think Stormers, this is the chance for the Bulls to take the Stormers, because the Stormers aren't on form. But look, if they come as Stormers arrive, they win by 3. I agree with Reza. It'll be a close game within 5. But Bulls are in this game, and I would not be surprised if they sneak it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we all know this is the game in SA Rugby. It always has been the game, that North South derby. I think it's interesting because I think that it's amazing how playoff rugby also does strange things to strange teams. I mean, last year, as I said, the Bulls were not given a chance against Leinster. So they should never have won over there, and they did. And we spoke about the fact, and that's why we kind of gave them a bit of a chance during that Champions Cup quarterfinal, because we just said, if there's one thing Jake White can do, and often even the Bulls side as well, they do know how to win things. They do know how to if they can get themselves into position of playoff stuff like that, they don't often lose finals. They don't often lose playoff games. So.
But the thing is, the Stormers, at home, that's going to be, they are good at home. If they got their defense back to where it's been for the last 18 months, they're so difficult to beat. I'll still say that they are difficult to beat. They've probably got a bit more class around the park in certain positions. I think if Dion Foury's still out, I mean, he's been a massive loss. I think if he's still out, that brings them, as you could see, he's worth some players to teams like Mwanga's to Crusaders, Foury to the Stormers. They're worth like 7 points at least to a team. So I think that's one of the big levelers for me as well. But I think just in the last couple of years, the Stormers have had their number on the Bulls. I think this is the thing. We know these teams know exactly the strengths and weaknesses of each, and that's the thing. But I think the Stormers obviously have had the better of the Bulls. But I just think form and motivation levels is where the equalizer is going to be. Stormers a little bit of a dip, Bulls a little bit up. Bulls maybe wanted more, but yeah, we'll see. I can't wait for it.
I wanted to just touch on something a little different. Is that something that I noticed in the games that I have watched is that now that we've seen 2 years of this compared to Super Rugby, is there's not been as much in the way of argy-bargy, and especially as a use of, as a disruptive tactic. So back in our Super Rugby days, there was a lot of that, and not all of it was just unprompted. A lot of it was stage stuff, things that were planned. Like you're going to have a couple of enforcers, and you're going to be in the face of the other guy, and you're going to make sure that you trigger them as much as possible, because if you don't, they've just a better side. And so that was quite a tactic that was used. In this URC, I don't see a lot of that. And I think that between two South African sides, we'll see which one puts it up. I think with Jake White's more likely to tell his boys to get in the ears of those Stormers guys, throw around a couple of inside jokes that only they would know about, and see if he can disrupt them. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of handbags thrown.
Well, I think you got to target certain people. You've got to. And for me, if I'm the Bulls, I'll be sitting there telling. If I'm Jake White, I'm sitting there telling my pack. I'm telling Marco Bastard, and I'm telling Amorne Smith, Steenkamp. I'm saying you guys get under the skin of Evan Lewis and get him sent off, because he will do something stupid.
Oh, jeez.
Those sort of players. And you sit there going, that's one of their best players, but he's a walking penalty if he wants to. He's got a bit of a temper. Try and play into that. I mean, it's like how often people used to just buy yellow cards with Bismarck UPC and stuff like that. There's certain players which are always just they can't resist. And
I mean, Evan Etzebeth, in the beginning he wasn't in control of those kind of tactics that he used to use, but in his later years now he's become almost an expert at making sure that he's instigating, but also getting the reaction out that he wants from it and walking away. And so you need that kind of guy to just. You mentioned Michael Rhodes earlier. Also in his later years, a fantastic exponent of getting reactions out of people just by being there. And you want to disrupt them. Even a guy like, if you can get under the skin of a guy like Davian Willemse, his game is gone. And he's very composed most of the time, but he has the ability to crack sometimes. And once you do, I think that you could probably disrupt that game pretty well.
Yeah. Also, Manie Lobok's form's dipped a bit. He's also gone a little bit off the boil.
I think the Bulls need to be targeting certain players, to be honest. I think they need to be sitting there. I mean, personally, I think I'm interested to see who starts to scrum off, because I haven't been particularly impressed with Paul DeVette, and I've actually been very impressed with him.
Me too.
So I'm
glad you bring that up. I agree. Paul DeVette's not the caliber. He's not as good as I was hoping he could be. He's definitely a weaker link there.
Yeah,
Jancis should be given the run.
Yeah, and I think if they can target him, and prevent Leibach from getting decent ball and putting him under pressure, I also think that he's someone who sometimes has struggled sometimes when he's been put under a lot of pressure. I think, from a pack perspective, I don't think there are too many chinks in the Stormers' armour. I mean, obviously Dion Foury is the big loss, but Daimani coming back into a bit of form and Evan Lewis coming back, you can probably try and sort of fill that gap. That tight five is really, really solid. It's for me. I think the wings. I think it becomes quite loose. I'm interested to see who they go. I mean, for example, Hartzenberg kind of dropped out because it was defensive his positioning has been a bit poor lately. So I think that's where, for me, you like sort of Kane Moody, Kirkley Lawrence. I think if they should be targeting those wide channels. I think if they can get one-on-ones, Kirkley Lawrence versus most people is a dodgy. It's a dodgy setup. So if you can get one-on-one with a couple of those Stormers wings, I reckon the Bulls should also exploit those sort of areas.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
That's the thing with Dion Perry. Sorry, Riza.
No, carry on. Sorry.
No, so Dion Perry, not just the turnovers and the points gained, net gain that we have with him on the field. Like Stormers have just looked rudderless. Like that's what's worried me the most is their body language. Like it just doesn't look like if you watch them. I think he was captain. Was it Ori that was captain? I think he was recently, or so. Some were right one. But it's just not the same. That's what I said after the Exeter game, and then they've come back. That's the body language. There was a kiss about the Stormers. They always talked about the team spirit, and when we got talk about all of that, the good vibe. But that vibe seems to be a little bit. That spark seems to be gone. But maybe if they find it this week, they'll do well.
Yeah, I think a lot of that also comes from the exuberance of certain players. So, like you said, the Dion Faries and the Evan Ruiz, when they aren't there, I'm not talking about aggression, but just you can feel the energy for certain players, and you feed off that, right? Yeah. So when they're not there, I think it's quite a big problem. Marvin Ori, you mentioned him; he is the exact opposite. The man
Ori, those captain,
man is a stone.
Yeah. Look, and the thing is, you got to find that balance. You need your sock standard sort of. I mean, that's what Marvin Ori is. I mean, lots of people don't like him because he's nothing flash, but he's just a very solid rugby player, very nebulous. To be fair, he is somebody that does try to get under people's skin. He actually does it quite well. He's had a couple of moments where whether it's just throwing a ball down or tapping a scrum off in the wrong way, but he's very quiet. And I think you need people that bring that energy, and that's what Dion Free. For example, look at the lines with and without Frankie Horn. They're like two different teams. He comes back and the entire team just sort of suddenly switches up a notch. Siak Elise is a bit of a player like that. He has a couple of runs, a couple of big moments, and everybody around him's like, shit, this guy's playing. I've actually got to step up my game here and try and match what he's doing. So I do think they're missing that aspect of Dion Free many ways more than as you're saying, Chris, his actual what his output is. It's just that person next to you that's playing out of his socks, and you have to sit there going, shit, I need to be matching this energy. I need to be matching this level of performance.
I agree. I mean, I think we've all played rugby, right? I remember. I mean, I was at a top school, but I remember one or two captains of mine who were just as captains were just like awesome. That energy that they brought to the field. You do, as a player, you do rub off on it. You want to match it, and when you're out there.
100%.
Now the next big question: Bulls did it last year. Can the Sharks go to Dublin and return victorious? What chance are we giving them, if any? Shame, all the lads are watching. They've all signed new contracts. They've got a new coach, John Plumtree, sitting there. Go on, lads, go over there and do something special.
Well, listen, if the guys in the comments want to tell us something different, go ahead. But I think...
you want the opinion? That's the honest. I can't find a reason or. Yeah, I can't. I mean, they might be able to give them the game. They might be able to play like they did when they played them in October when they put 30-odd points and were up there right until close to the end. But Leinster aren't losing this game.
Yeah, they haven't given us a reason to believe in them.
That's the word.
Now that you're at the end part of the season, I think we can quite happily stick our necks on the line and say, well, on a balance of probabilities, you're going to give us the same that you've been giving us. And so if the probability is 2 out of 10 times you're going to show us a good performance, I think we're pretty comfortable saying that you're not going to show up on the day.
Yeah, and I think just be honest, Sharks have weaknesses that Leinster don't. Leinster are going to show up those weaknesses. Like even if Sharks do end up scoring 30 points again, which not many teams do there, I can still see Leinster putting in 50 past the Sharks, and that's the problem. Like Toulouse putting all that points past. I just don't think the Sharks are a cohesive, well-coached unit to live with Leinster. I'm sorry, like there's some players there, but they're not the same level as Leinster. And to say the motivation levels that Leinster have at the moment, they're not dropping this game. And I kind of made a comment. I wanted Sharks have also cost me a lot of money this season, so maybe there's a little bit of bitterness there. But besides that, I mean, the Sharks have only got themselves to blame to have earned themselves a trip to Leinster for the quarterfinal. They've shot
Yeah, no,
themselves in the
they
foot. So
shouldn't have been going over there. They should be going. They should be playing against Ulster tomorrow.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And
yeah.
some credit to this Leinster
you know,
team.
they've earned themselves this. They've earned themselves this trip, so they can go and make what they want out of it.
It's like a
You know?
punishment. Yeah, you want to stuff up. Go to Leinster, get beaten. This is what you get.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the Storm is also kicking themselves,
Yeah.
but yeah, no one wants to go to Leinster at this time of the year, right? Especially you've been over that side of the world a few times already.
No, and I think for me the biggest issue for the Sharks is that they're missing key players in key positions. You know, no Ibn Etzebeth, no Sekulisi, no Rowan Janssen van Rensburg. You know, that means you don't have your crash ball centre who's going to get over the advantage line all the time. You don't have
the scrummy.
Yeah, no Jaden Hendrickson, which I think I mean, when you say going over to Dublin, I love Grant Williams. I think he's an absolutely brilliant scrum half. You want somebody like a Jaden Hendrickson who can control the game, who can tactically, because he's somebody who can. Like when you're under pressure, you can say, right, boys, we're just going to slow this down. We're going to manage the next 10, 15 minutes. Whereas I think Grant Williams is very much like, right, boys, I'm seeing half a gap, I'm going. I'm like, no. Which is what makes them so much fun to watch. But I think they are missing lots of key players, which maybe could have made them competitive, but I just don't see them being anywhere near good enough this weekend.
Just eating our words.
If I could give a word to Leinster, though, is just like, honestly, having watched more and more of them, and I wasn't entirely convinced in the beginning of the season, but I'm starting to think of this team as the way they play now is like the Crusaders. I don't want to mention the years because it hurts too much, but
Crusaders 1990 through to now.
Well, I mean, as a Lions fan, I know what they did to us, and arguably, even in years where we had our very best team, best chances of them beating them, they still came out and they did the job on us. And this is how I'm feeling about this Leinster team: is that even if any other team right now, I think if they put up their very best performance, Stormers included, and Leinster playing at 85%, I think Leinster win. I think they're just so good. And what I love about them is that they've adapted to a clinical game. It's an all-round game. It's if you were trying to teach kids rugby, I would take this videos of their entire season so far and show them this is how you game manage. This is how you do basics right. And you will win games. That they are the model for it. You know, there's not a lot of flash, in my opinion. There's not. Most of it is honestly just simple. Draw, pass, make space. Draw, pass, make space. What do you do when you're under pressure? Give yourself the room, get territory. They play that kind of game, and it's fantastic to watch. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
And I think what also makes them quite special is the fact that they've got a couple of players who, if there is that half chance, that we saw that Dan Sheehan try last weekend, where one bounces the ball and you've got your hooker just grabbing on it, absolutely gassing half the team and going over. So they've got those couple of players.
That comes from pressure, though.
Yeah.
Right? And so just back to basics again. It's like you always taught, if you put enough pressure on in set pieces, in your defensive lines, folks on the other team are going to do something stupid, and you are going to have the opportunity to have those individual moments of brilliance. And that try was wild, by the way. I don't know, that gas came out of nowhere, dude. I mean, that he's gone to bed a happy man after that.
No, that's impressive. But yeah, so last words there, Chris.
Yeah, no, a word that when you talk about the top teams that you've ever seen in play, like All Blacks most of the time, Crusaders, and now Leinster, the word clinical. These teams are always clinical. Like they do everything that they do, they want to do, they execute. And there's not many teams. They've got all the basics covered. They know their strengths, and you see the execution. You don't see you don't see silly stuff on the field. You don't see bad mistakes. You don't see someone having a brain fart. It's all go time, show time, business time, deliver. And there's not many teams that pull that off over a period of time. And Leinster's in one of those cycles now where they're like the top team that does it. Like the Crusaders have been, let's face it, for the last 20 years, last 6 years as well.
You earn the right to play, right? It's what you're always told. Yeah. Just earn the right to throw it around. And that's something that I think the Sharks in particular is a team that comes to mind, that they've been chucking it around since like moment one in some games and unable to finish and execute.
Yeah, if you watch teams like Leinster and Crusaders, you never see a ball carrier look like they're shocked to have the ball. Like
Yeah.
you see, like I'll be admit, like South African sides, like Lock all of a sudden have this ball and he doesn't know where he's running. Like if you watch teams like Leinster and Crusaders, everyone, it's just there's purpose on it, you know.
To be fair,
There's
I think most of the time the lines
it looks like they know what they're doing.
You know, it's tough out.
Yeah.
But Chris, you spoke about delivery, and delivery is very important. And what we want you to deliver this weekend is more of this.
Oh, more of the good stuff.
Because we're looking good. We've had a hell of a season. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. Well, I say no losing record yet, even though it's on the line this week because it's only one bet, and it's 4 legs. So we're at risk here, but still pretty confident that it's going to arrive. And obviously, it won't hit the overall record too hard if we do finally fall off the bus. But we're not going to. I'm sure we're going to do all right. But yeah, I mean, obviously we were off last week. Just a recap on the week previously. The one leg that lost us down on the one double was the Newcastle plus 18. Which hindsight was a shocking call because Northampton absolutely blew them away. Yeah, which is I'm a little bit annoyed because Northampton has been a team that I've backed a lot over the last 2 seasons. Lots of people haven't rated them, but they are a very good side and well-coached side. And then looks like they're in the semis again. So that was probably a bit of a brain fart call there. But then I did believe Newcastle's selection. They should have. I was hoping they would also score more points. I mean, they scored the first try, and I thought, yep, okay, it's going to go the way I was hoping or expecting. But yeah, the Saints just blew them away. And then obviously Blues won comfortably. A while ago, who these teams were playing, I can't remember now actually. And then the Rebels, the Rebels versus Satyrs, that last try was a last-minute try again. But this is betting, right? I think this is the 3rd week in a row that we've had an 80th minute try bring our bets home. But that's what it is. We've caught the outcome and it's arrived, so we don't look back. So yeah, what's our overall record? We're up to 9.49 units profits, which is pretty good going. So it's, I suppose, yeah, if you've bet 100 rand units on all these bets, will be up 949 rand over the last 6-7 weeks since we've been doing this, and a return on investment of 75.5%, which is very decent. If you look at any tipsters or punters, by bare minimum, you need to be around 20-25% if you want any kind of credibility. You're doing really, really well at 40%, and the top guys are at 60-70. So
look what we've got here. We've got the Leinster of sports betting, ladies and gentlemen.
No, but look, I mean, to keep it at 70, that is really good. Obviously, it is a high number, but to keep it at that's gonna be we'll be doing really well. And obviously, over time, that will most likely come down. But who knows? Maybe I have the magic with you boys, and we'll keep riding it.
I don't like the negative energy.
I need positive. Yeah, no, we'll keep it rolling there. We'll keep it rolling. And this one we have lined up for this week. If that does win, that's definitely going to juice it all up big time. So what we've gone for this week. So yeah, as you guys know, right, I've used the available markets that are around for the show, which is must say a few games and markets that I would normally be targeting, but with what I've got for this during this time now, we're going to go with the Ulster home win outright against Connacht. I don't have any issue with that punt as well. I think Ulster at home are always generally pretty strong. Knockout rugby, Connacht away are generally not nearly as strong, but I'm confident that Ulster will do the business, but we only just need them to win. The handicap is 10, so they're 10 points favourite, which is quite a big favourite, so we just want them to win. See, I've got the Bulls sentiment here. We've gone for Bulls plus 13.5 points. Because the cap is 5. I think either team are going to win. It's going to be within 5, but we'll give Bulls 13 points because you also get more, because Stormers are the favorites. We get more value there at 1.39. So Bulls plus 13.5 points. Reds at home to the Waratahs. This is probably not. Yeah, well, I'm pretty confident the Reds are going to win. So I've taken the Reds plus 4.5. I've taken the plus 4. I would have probably gone Reds money line to up the value, but it is a Aussie derby. Waratahs are playing all right, but I think Reds at home should do the business. And even if Waratahs sneak it in by 3 points, the bet will still come home. So that's why I'm confident on the Reds plus 4. And then tomorrow morning, Highlanders versus Chiefs over 52. Now the line cap is 60, and usually prior to this season, New Zealand derbies were often high scoring, and they'll often go over 55 most games, 60 points. But it's actually been the New Zealand derbies that haven't been producing the points lately, but the competition as a whole has produced in a lot of points. So I'm still happy to take the points, and I actually do genuinely believe tomorrow the Highlanders are going to go hammer and tongue at the Chiefs. I think Chiefs have got a strong side there as well. I think these teams are going to have a good old ding dong battle, a few tries, some try ping pong there going on. So over 52, I think it does get close, pushes definitely minimum 55, but does push 60. So yeah, this is a four leg bet, 3.33. Because we have made some units here, I'm willing to probably would have betted 1 unit or 0.75, but let's use some of our profits. I think there's pretty good bets, and if it comes in, we got a very nice, decent, healthy profit again to add to the record. So, yeah, let's bring it home.
Right, well, there we go. And as always, Spruce, thank you very much. And as always, big shout out to Big Coaster, who power both the fan forum as well as all our watch-alongs for the weekend. If you'd like to get a Big Coaster account, check out the description. And that is. I have been following Chris, and there's a nice little this little pocket of money that is carefully growing. By the end of the year, we might be able to afford a litre or two of petrol. So things are getting there quite nicely. And as always, if you'd like to have more tips, because Chris does throw out a few over the weekend, check out him on the Crow Tips there.
Yeah.
So yeah, good stuff there from our
yeah,
master
there's definitely some more doubles and trebles coming this week, and I do like the slate. But like I said, unfortunately, Betcoza doesn't have these games out by showtime now. Like there's the English Premiership last round of the season there. Some games there that I'm eyeing out, and I do quite like some of the Super Rugby games. So yeah, so have a look there if you guys if you follow or interested.
Cool, love your work. Right, then we're going to go to Duriz, who wants to throw us a bit of a question, and get a controversial. I hope he gets a bit controversial. The question, can you remember the questions now?
Yeah, I do actually.
Throw it, give it to me. Hit me up with some big chats.
Just an interesting one there, and I hope the guys in the comments just get involved as well. I saw a post, I can't remember who it was. I apologize for stealing it from someone. But the question was, if you could bring out one former Springbok,
Which James?
From a selection of 5. Not a bad shot, but
come on!
From a selection of 5, and they are a mixture of positions. Who would you bring out? And I guess the idea is they would slot into the current Springbok squad and take them to the World Cup. So your options are, starting in the front row, you've got Oosterhunt, you've got Skalkberger, you've got Fourie du Preez, you've got Percy Montgomery, and I think the last one was Brian Abana, I think it was.
No, Joffrey.
Right. Joffrey, not Brian Abana.
Big goat. Chase himself.
Yeah. So Oosterhunt, Skalkberger, Fourie du Preez, Percy Montgomery, or Joffrey. So I thought that was an interesting one. I'd like to delve into it a little bit. We had a little short discussion off stream. But yeah, I'll go last. Let's put it that way.
I'll go first. Say what? I'll put the block early on. So I'm going to try and work through them. So Oosterhunt, the legendary Lucius. I mean, we've been pretty blessed with Lucius. We went from Oosterhunt to Beeson Tawera, and now we've got Stephen Pitcock and Oxen Shares. So one position we've never really struggled with. In fact, we've had so many we've started turning them into tight ends. So love Oosterhunt, love the idea of bringing him back, but I think we're pretty covered in that department. Skalkberger, I mean, it's difficult to ever say you don't want a Skalkberger in your team. I mean, it's just even when you're, I mean, and South Africa have always had some of the best loose forwards in world rugby. So I'm going to leave Skalkberger there. He might be the one I'm going with, to be honest. The obvious one is Fourie du Preez, the best scrum half of all time. And I'll fight anyone that says it otherwise, because the best players of all time all rate him as the best scrum half of all time. So Aaron Smith can come in at a second, but I'm taking Fourie all the time. I think he probably would suit the current team better than any of the other 5. I think that he is such a good game management player. I think he reads the game so well. We do play so much off 9 that having such a good 9 there, I think, would be pretty important. It'll be interesting to see defensively what he would be like compared to like a Fabs player, quite a different type of player.
Do you think that perhaps he might lack a bit of the physicality needed for the modern game?
Hey, look, he wore that hit from Skalkberger pretty well, so I think he'd be all right. Look, I suppose if Grant Williams can play and if After Clerk can make it, well, if After Clerk's physicality always just blows my mind. But then Jacques Fourie, look, I mean Jacques Fourie was like my favorite player growing up. I think he was most Lions, but I mean he's about the only world class player we had when I sort of during my sort of formative years. So it's difficult to ever say I don't want a Jacques Fourie. The Kanya though last year was probably one of the best, if not the best, 13 in the world at one stage. So difficult to. So I think for me one of the reasons why we're so tempted to put Jacques Fourie is obviously his defensive reading of the game. The fact that we won 2019 based on such a good defensive system.
Keep in mind, I'm not saying it has to be a starting position.
Oh, so keep it off the bench as well.
No, this is in your squad to take to the World Cup.
To be fair, I don't think maybe a Skalberg does quite well off the bench, but I think everybody else starts if you're playing him. Percy Montgomery, I don't think he suits our current team. To be honest, I think that maybe to a certain degree. I look at he's a world class player, but I think at the end of the day, Freddie Lou is the coach, and I'm backing my boy. So I'm between Skalkberger and Freddie. But you know what I mean? I'm actually going to go Skalkberger off the bench as part of the bomb squad. I think in terms of an impact player, I think, which is a wild child to bench him because he's phenomenal. I think, but I think when if we had Seacles, Peter Steps, Boyd, Wave, playing 55 minutes, and then you release the Skalkberger on an entire team, I think that's quite a frightening prospect. So I want to go Skalk.
Okay, that was unexpected.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, because I knocked something and it looked like okay, that's good. All right.
Go on, Chris. Let's hear it.
Yeah, geez. Well, I agree. Jacques Fourie was one of my favorite players of all time. So so we had a discussion previously, and I'm thinking of what we currently have. Also loved Brian Abana, but I think at the moment we're spoiled for wingers.
Sorry, Abana's out. Sorry, that was a mistake on my part. It's Abana's not in the discussion at all.
Yeah. Okay.
You got Percy. Percy, you got.
So no, yeah, I think Percy was good for his time. I agree. I don't think Percy would be probably needed now. I think for me, I would definitely have Fourie de Preux starting over Faf. I think he would just bring a lot more and do what Faf does and more. So I would have him as a straight swap out, and I would have probably have Jacques Fourie starting at 13, and Arm could come in as a backline player. But I think Fourie was just too. Arm at his best is good, but I just think Jacques Fourie had a little bit. I don't know. He was maybe it's just because he's one of my favorite players. I love Arm. Don't get me wrong. Arm's been amazing for the Box, but there was just something. Maybe it was just
he just doesn't have that pressure. He just doesn't walk around, stretch around like he bloody owns the place.
But I think that the Villiers Fourie combo was also pretty good. They complement each other really well, which is important.
Chat for another day, but I think the Villiers after Fourie was never the same.
Yeah.
Agree. And I tried that he scored against the Lions at Loftus. It was just summed him up perfectly. But I mean, also as a Stormers fan, I remember just him. The Villiers put in Fourie away. Like most games, it was just so beautiful. 30 meters out, Fourie running a line, De Villiers putting him through, or even vice versa. Fourier's popping it inside, or it was just awesome. Those two were awesome together.
Yeah. We literally, as far as I can see, he didn't go to Stormers. So don't come here with your I remember at Stormers. He's a Lions legend. He was there for like a season or two.
And Big Joe, is he a Stormer or is he a Lion?
Listen, we've got to claim what we can take here. Like I'm claiming anyone here. So the reason now you threw out the question where you at. So Chris, you're going for the prayer, and I'm going Skalkberger off the bench. Yeah. Reason?
I'm almost convinced about the Fourie de Preux shot. Almost convinced. I think for the same reasons as you, Stevie. Osterrand, fantastic for his time, especially, and an all-time great, but not something that we need right now going into this World Cup. Skalky, yes, yeah, that's a tight one for me. And you know what? He's not too far behind in terms of the modern style of play. And I just love Jacques Fourie. So every time I want to say someone else, I'm just thinking about Jacques. Percy, I also think that perhaps his play style might be a bit outdated, but I think if I'm gonna go for someone, I'm gonna say Farid Priya off the bench.
Really pretty well. That's not a bad start, actually. I think in terms of someone who has to see a game more, for example, I don't think you get much better.
Yeah, I don't think he's the starting man right now in this current side, but I think he lends a lot of guidance to a lot of young scrum halves and relatively inexperienced. Some guidance for Faf when he gets a bit excited. Maybe teach him how to box kick, and yeah, I think from a leadership perspective, something that we could definitely use in the background there. So Farida Priya, the main man, as usual. Ask the breakdown, they'll say it's nonsense, but yeah.
We're not going to mention people that don't watch rugby. Come now.
And talking about old school and old favorites, my first car was named Os because Os was one of my first favorites.
Please tell me it was like an open cadet or something.
Donny Gerber and Os Durant.
Wow.
What was the car?
Mazda Sting.
324. A Mazda Sting called Os. I love that.
I'm actually going to have to Google that. I'm going to have to Google. I don't know what the hell that is.
It's like
it didn't look like an Os, but it didn't look. I know it needed to be a Hilux or something like that.
Os could probably lift it up. You could probably bench press it.
Okay, so I just want to point out that a Mazda Sting, I've probably confused it with a Toyota Taz so many times in my life.
I think they come out the same factory, but just with different stickers on it, to be honest.
Wow.
Do you remember those cars? Yeah.
Right, because you also give away your age there, but...
Yeah.
Alright, well, fair enough. Okay, so Reese, are you going free to play off the bench?
Yeah.
I'm going free to play a start thing. No, I'm going Sculptor off the bench, and Chris was going to go free to play a start. Well, there we go. I suppose at least we've all got different options. But chaps, before the lights go out, and not in a good way, please do smash like the video. Please do subscribe to the channel. To everybody who's watching, chaps, thank you very much for joining me. And we will be back live again next week. We'll be talking about the Sharks as well as the Bulls being in the semi-finals. Imagine that would happen. But yeah, at least we know that one South African team will still be in the URC after this weekend. And yeah, we'll talk a little bit about more of the news because there's so much news coming through. John Plumtree confirmed today as well, so we're interested to see what the reaction is going to be to that. We've had rumours about Rassie Rasmus potentially taking over as head coach. There's a lot of rumours, a lot of stories, a lot of news coming around. So we'll discuss a lot of that as well next week. And unfortunately, we're running out of time yet. So thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next week. Reese and Chris have a great weekend. I'm sure there'll be a bit of banter thrown around the group. Chris, hopefully all the bets do land. And yeah. To everybody else, we will see you. Well, I'll see you tomorrow evening for Ulster versus Connacht, where we can watch Dwayne Vermeulen put in one of those meteoric performances just to prove that he still is number one top dog in the side. So join me then. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. Glasgow versus Munster. And what a game this should be. 4th versus 5th. So in theory, the most even teams, the teams that finish close to each other in the log. And in theory, that should make it a really close game. It is the 4th and the final quarterfinal of the URC weekend. It is taking place at the Scotstoun Stadium over in Scotland. And Glasgow Warriors, who are in with a shout to potentially go and win the Challenge Cup, will be looking to try and get themselves into a semi-final, and who knows, anything can happen once you get to that. So they're one of the 2 URC sides, Leinster as well, who basically have got 4 finals. They can't afford to lose any of the games moving on, but if they win all their games for the rest of the season, they'll walk away with 2 trophies. So an exciting time for them, and I really enjoy watching Glasgow. I said pretty early on when I started watching the URC, it must have been my 2nd or 3rd week of the initial season, that there's something about them that they became my 2nd team quite quickly. So that's definitely who I'm probably going to be going for. But as a South African perspective, we want to see how RK Snyman's doing. So before we look at the 2 teams, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So the home side, which is not Munster, it is Glasgow. And Carl Steyn will captain the side in number 11 jersey. But in the front row, Jamie Batchy, Johnny Matthews, and Xander Ferguson. And that will be a very solid front row, backed up by Scott Cummings as well as Richie Gray, who will bring up his 100th appearance for Glasgow Warriors when he runs onto the park tomorrow. Matt Ferguson, Roy Dodge, Dak Dempsey, what a loose trio that is. And I think that the pack for me is what really excites me about Glasgow Warriors. Obviously, there's some fantastic backline players, likes of Tupolatu, Hugh Jones coming off the bench, Sebastian Cancelliera, very good finisher. So there's a lot of fun players to watch. But I think it's a very good pack, and I think it's a very mobile loose trio that all like to carry the ball. Roy Dodge, Ferguson, Jack Dempsey, they all like to have ball in hand. They all like to get around the park, and all pretty hard hitting as well. George Horn will partner Tom Jordan in the halfback pairing. Stafford McDowell will partner Tupolatu in the centre. Ollie Smith at fullback. Cancelliera and stay in the two wings. Then off the bench, it'll be Fraser Brown, Nathan Macbeth, former Lions prop, Simon Bergen, JP Dupree, Lewis Bean, Sione Valenu, Ali Price with all that experience, and Hugh Jones. So some pretty big names and some good players to come off the bench if they need to chase a game or see out again. And the question is, what can this Munster side pull together? Because we've seen them almost sort of click a little bit in the last few weeks, and they've looked really, really impressive. Jeremy Lauman, Diamond Barron, and Stephen Archer will start in the front row. You then got Archer Snyman and Jean Klein in the second row. And this has been quite a constant Munster side over the last few weeks, so you get quite enough continuity about them. Tyke Byrne comes in, and Peter O'Mahony, Gavin Coombs, so it's a very good loose trio as well. So I think the battle of the packs will be where it's at tomorrow. Archer Snyman obviously looking to really step up his performance and try and sort of throw his hat into that Springbok selection ring. Conor Murray will partner Jack Crowley as Craig Casey goes down to the bench. He has been starting quite a lot lately, but will not start tomorrow night. Shane Daly, Calvin Nash, the two wings. Malachi Fekito in his last few games for Leinster before he does depart. Next to Antoine Fresh, Mike Haley at full back. Off the bench, it's Niall Scannell, Josh Wishley, Romain Salanoa, Phelan Wishley, John Hardnett, Craig Casey, Ben Healy, and Alex Kenderlin. In terms of sort of where we see this game going, I think Glasgow are a side that for me just seem to get better every single time they play. It's a side which is always looking to improve, always looking to try new things. Frank Smith's doing a fantastic job, and I think they started quite slowly, but they really built the season. And to be honest, I think if they can deliver the type of performance that we know that they can, I think they will have too much for Munster. And I think for the competition, it'll be really good to see at least one South African side. We will have at least one South African side in the semi-finals. Hopefully, have a Scottish side, and there will be at least one Irish side in the semi-finals. So. Add a bit of flavour, the last thing we need is like a Leinster, Ulster, and a Munster all in the semi-finals of the URC alongside the lonely South African side. So I'd really like to see a Scottish side go there and add a bit of different flavour, to the semi-finals. But what do you guys think down in the comments below? Let me know. As I said, I'm really hoping that Glasgow pull off a good performance. I think they can do it. They did finish higher in terms of the table, so in theory they go in as favourites. If you look at the points, they finished on 63 points. Munster finished on 55 points. Glasgow winning 3 more matches during the season than Munster did. So all signs do point to a Glasgow victory. It's a good Munster side, though. And when this Munster side does pitch up, they can definitely get a job done. So hopefully it'll just be a nice, close match. And I'm hoping for some really good rugby. Check out the description as well in terms of how to watch the match. We've got a step-by-step guide. You can watch all the action this weekend for the quarterfinals on free-to-air channels. So go and check them out. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. But today's guide, how to watch Munster versus Glasgow Warriors, the fourth and final quarterfinal of the URC this weekend. And the good news is that all 4 URC games will be shown on free-to-air broadcasters, which means that if you're outside the UK or in Ireland, you'll still be able to watch it for free, but through the use of a VPN. If you're in the UK and the Ireland, you'll be able to watch all the action for free on the various free broadcasters. Now, there are 2 different channels that are showing the various games. First is TG4, which is showing both Ulster versus Connacht, as well as Stormers versus Bulls, Leinster versus Sharks, as well as Munster versus Glasgow will be on RTE2. And so before we tell you exactly how to watch it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. First things first, if you're outside the UK, and you're going to have to get started with VPN. Now, we recommend using ExpressVPN, link down in the description. You've got the entire guide in the description, step by step, 3 easy steps, and you can watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to install ExpressVPN. As you can see, there it is, and I've currently got it connected to an island server. You can click on those 3 dots, brings up all the various locations, select a location, turn it on, and away you go. And because I'm currently currently connected to an island server, I'm busy watching RTE2. which is a whole bunch of eels and fish at the moment, which is interesting. As unfortunately, my screen capture is not going to show the actual action over here, but you can see that it's being played over there. I can pause, I can stop it, and you can hear all the music stuff like that. I'm currently looking at an eel. So it's an interesting show. But yeah, you'll be able to watch all the action live and in HD. If you have any questions, put them in the comments. In terms of ExpressVPN, I recommend getting a 12-month deal. First of all, you get 3 extra months free, and you'll also be able to watch the entire Rugby World Cup for free using a VPN. So get yourself sorted with ExpressVPN and make sure you can watch all the action this weekend. Please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel on the way out. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all soon.